Dzień dobry. Widać? Słychać? To się wyłącza w takim razie.
Ja rozpocznę. Ja rozpocznę. Zaproszę rektora.
Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. I'm pleased to welcome all of you on our workshops, which are the part of Join Me Implemented Research and Implementation Emotion project. I'm also pleased to welcome the rector of our university, the rector of University of Economics and Innovation, and the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. So, very good morning for everyone. My name is Mirosław Jarosz, and being a vice rector of the University of Economics and Innovation in Lublin, I will be giving a short welcome speech for this event. This is the next of a series of conferences, seminars, and courses at our university, which is completely conducted on the digital platform because of the coronavirus pandemic. The aim of this training is to provide the knowledge about the high sensitive child in school and in the family. Our distinguished experts will present how to support the highly sensitive children and how to create proper conditions for their development. This training program will be provided by 9 experts from 5 countries across Europe, making this project truly international and European in the spirit. The program is a part of the project named Emotion, Potential of Hypersensitivity. It has been funded by the European Commission in the frame of Erasmus+. The main institutional participants of the Emotion projects are following: Department of Health Psychology at the University of Alicante, Spain; Faculty of Health Science, Psychology and Speech Therapy, University of La Laguna, Tenerife, Spain; the Metropolitan City of Rome and Tor Vergata University, Italy; Expert Psy, Association of Psychological Specialists from Romania; the Group of Municipal Kindergarten Brescia in Debar, North Macedonia; and finally, the University of Economics and Innovation in Lublin, Poland. It's my pleasure to welcome the esteemed experts from these universities and organizations, which will share their knowledge and experience. Thank you for your input to the Emotion project. Last but not least, I would like to thank you all participants of the training program for your interest. I do hope that these 4 days of training will help you in your work with highly sensitive children. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for welcoming us. It's a great pleasure for me also. I'm pleased to welcome all our guests from Poland, from North Macedonia, from Italy, from Spain, from Canary Island, also from Canada, Saudi Arabia, and Ukraine. That's a great pleasure to be here, be a part of this project. In those 4 days, we try to combine different forms of contact. As you know, the situation is quite difficult, and 3 years ago, when we started this project, we did not expect that kind of solution. But so during the workshop, during the lectures, you can ask questions. I have no sound. We will try to be flexible. You can ask a question. You can also ask question during the speaker's speech, but we will try to answer them at the end of each presentation. If questions can be asked all the time, we will try to answer them at the end of the session. Or if any question will be not answered, we will stay this question on the last day of our meeting. So we have 4 days. The first day today, we will start with characterizing or describing how is the functioning of highly sensitive child in different environments like preschool, school, and home environment. Tomorrow we're going to talk about the identification of high sensitivity, about different methods, and we will propose you one developed by our expert team. The third day, which is 1st of June, we're going to talk about education and psychoeducation of parents and teachers of highly sensitive children. We will show you some education materials like podcasts, videos, presentation, and biographic method. And the last day, we will provide some, talk about some prevention strategies in working with the highly sensitive children, and there will be some time to sum up our lectures and workshops. So, I think that good morning from Rome, good morning. I think that we can start the first presentation, which is mine. So, what is high sensitivity? The specificity of the functioning of highly sensitive children in preschool, school, and home environment. This is the first part. The second part will lead our expert Gabriela from Romania. And then Gosa, also from Romania. One more thing, you can ask a question in the language of presenter. So in my case, it is Polish and English. And in any presenter, lecturer, I will tell in which languages they speak. So witam wszystkich bardzo serdecznie, bardzo się cieszę, że jesteście tutaj Państwo z nami i mam przyjemność rozpocząć dzisiejsze warsztaty, dzisiejsze spotkanie, konferencję. So what is Emotion? Emotion project. Emotion is a project to be developed by researcher and by practitioners, which is focused on supporting highly sensitive children in their immediate environment. But mostly Emotion are people who care about the support of highly sensitive children. The structure of my presentation is start to justification of analysis on this particular characteristic, why we are focusing on this, not on different ones. Then I will talk a bit about the importance of early education of this feature, why it is very important to identify early enough to support well, and then about the specificity of functioning of highly sensitive children in preschool and school environment. So, sensory processing sensitivity, which is the professional name of high sensitivity, is a feature that describes differences in environmental sensitivity, both positive one and negative one. This is evolutionary concept trait, is related but relatively distinct from common personality trait like neuroticism or different one, and different affects like negative emotionality. This trait entails the risk of psychopathology and occurrence of stress-related problems, but only when a person grows, is raised, and lives in a not good for them environment, negative condition, negative environment. This trait is associated with special benefits, might be associated with special benefits, including the positive mood, greater awareness, greater responses to intervention when a person grows, is raised, and lives in a positive condition, in a positive environment. So, sensory processing sensitivity, SPS, is conceptualized as a trait rather than disorder. People can function, one of the first ideas was that people can function properly when, among others, they make use of available resources. According to the assumption of environmental sensitivity concept, which is an umbrella term for sensory processing sensitivity, among others, both human and animals are programmed to perceive, process, react, and adapt to specific social and physical elements of environment. Significant differences are observed in reactivity and sensitivity to the environment in both human and animals. Why do we consider high sensitivity? Why we are not talking about different temperamental or personality trait? Numerous studies have demonstrated that high sensitivity itself is not a disorder. However, in negative, not supported condition, it may be correlated with numerous of difficulties, among other internalization problem, anxiety, also alexithymia, increased level of stress, but also with poor health, with depression, with helplessness, with impulsiveness, and lower level of subjective happiness, but also lower level of life satisfaction. The thing that are also correlated, some difficulties, some psychological problem, is also greater but more strong influence of home chaos, a higher degree of dissatisfaction with work, especially in not well-matched work to personality trait, and the greater need to regeneration, especially after active day or in general active life. So, but that's only the one side of the same coin. Studies concerning environmental sensitivity emphasize that SPS is also important for this understanding of the optimal development or even exceptional development of potential in a positive environment. The research suggests that SPS is also associated with positive aspects of functioning, such as ability to induce a positive mood, increased social competencies in interaction with positive parenting styles, reduction in the incidence of depression, violence, and victimization as a result of positive intervention. The research was made by Ilona Boniwell and Michael Plus in London. But also increased activation of major reward center of the brain in response to positive stimuli, such as smiling faces of partner, or they were showing the nice and not so nice pictures and looking for the activation of brain structures. So generally, positive emotions are stronger also. Feeling the admiration, which increase the sense of pleasure and meaning in life. The highly sensitive people, highly sensitive person scale, which is one of the measures to analyze high sensitivity, significantly correlates with such feeling. The development of talents, also. So those high sensitivity have to be associated only with dysfunction. No, research emphasizes the importance of the environment for proper development, which is appropriate for all people, but especially beneficial for highly sensitive ones. So, as we can notice, there are two sides of the same coin. On the one side, we have, especially observed in children, a tendency to react with fear, with anxiety, some tendency to experience difficult emotion, anticipating difficult situations, some kind of pessimism, but also being influenced by emotion of others, and this might finish with some kind of labeling. And what we know from the teachers of highly sensitive children, they assess them as their achievement below competences, that they are not showing them all themselves, their talents and skills. So high sensitivity might result in identification of the trait as disorder and prepare an intervention in terms of disorder. That's why we are showing the second side of the same coin. So those children and adults characterized by great empathy, ability to emphasize with someone else's situation as a cognitive factor, significant results of positive intervention, a slight correlation causes a change in behavior, creativity, depth of processing as opposed to simple identifying the stimuli and responding to this, so they think more and deeper, and it might result in or be called as sensitivity that gives you an advantage, like some kind of superpower. High sensitivity can be both, can be risk and protective factor. The question is, but maybe not a question, the most important is the correct development of a child and its environment. That's why early identification of this trait is highly important. It is particularly important for the proper development of a child. The initial identification of temperamental features are often based on the analysis of the behavior, which is quite obvious in one side. But in case of highly sensitive children, it may be confused because some behaviors of children, especially when they are tired, when they are overwhelmed, or when they rise in condition which is not proper for them, may look like sensory disintegration, anxiety disorders, hyperactivity, attention deficits, also autism spectrum disorders. So a proper tool, like something to measure, which we know mostly as a questionnaires, can be the first stage of the process to support for highly sensitive children and their families, as well as their close environment. We are talking here about positive diagnose, not diagnose understanding as a looking for dysfunction. So about how to identify high sensitivity, we're going to talk tomorrow. And today we're talking about the specificity that was a basis for the analysis of the behavior. So the specificity of the functioning of highly sensitive children in preschool and school environment. Aaron, who was a pioneer of calling this trait high sensitivity, distinguished four aspects of high sensitivity, which may be understood as personality feature. In order to classify or identify, maybe better word, classify is not so good, a person as a highly sensitive, all four criteria have to be met. The DOS acronym is mostly known. It has been proposed that this characteristic should be represented by an acronym DOS because of first letters. The acronym was created by arranging the first letters, as you know. So the first is depth of processing, the second is overstimulation, the easy of being overstimulated. The third is emotional reactivity connected with empathy. And the fourth is subtle stimuli. So sensitivity to subtle stimuli. And in case of adult, we sometimes call it like an intuition. So what is the first one? What is covered on those names? So depth of processing refers to the amount of detailed information proceed in relation to the object information or stimulus. Depth of processing manifests itself with the following features. As you can notice, some of them are typical in general for children, but that's not 0 or 1, there is or there is not, but about the intensity of demonstrating the trait. So, intensity of experienced feelings because of analyzing, vivid dreams and rich imagination, a tendency to react upon various activities in detail. So, analyzing in detail, asking the deep, provoking to thinking question, awareness to long-term consequences of their behavior that some children do not make decision to do something because they see what may happen if they do. So that is not very typical for regular child. A long processing term comparing to peers on a new information, new situation, because they analyzing it, try to help themselves to feel safe in this situation. What else? More effective learning from our own experience, drawing a conclusion for experiences in order to increase efficiency. So they try to learn from their experience, not to repeat the same mistakes. They, in general, don't like to make mistakes. No one do. But the learning from the previous experience is really effective. Appeared slowdown in an active and inhibition, observing the situation before participating in it. So they like to be observer first, then starting, for example, playing or different activities together, asking deep, thought-provoking question, using some kind of complicated words, demonstrating an above average ability to compare to peer group, some kind of smart sense of humor, difficulties in making decision due to considering too many options, slow, but also compared to less sensitive peers, adaptation to new people, new situation, due to desire, be careful observer, reflect, more reflective in every activity. The second is the of being overstimulated. Mostly we observe the consequences of this characteristic, and this is natural consequences of being of depth of processing. Why? When children are aware, they realized so many things, what is happening with them, inside of them and outside of them. This a lot of processes which are happening make them feel more tired. When you analyze more deeply, more truly than their peers, you can be more easily overwhelmed. They are also more prone to physical and mental fatigue than children who process fewer stimuli and less information. How we can observe being overstimulated by children. So the consequences of overstimulation might be difficulties with falling asleep, waking up in the middle of the night, acute reaction to change, to pain, intense reaction to noise, cold, heat, artificial light, but also different kind of discomfort like sand on shoes, wet clothes or scratch labels. Unwillingness to be in a crowded places, even places which most of children found attractive. The desire to play alone, independently, in different levels of development, because sometimes this is natural for children in some kind of stages. Unwillingness to participate in team games. It is really individual, because some children do like when they feel safe. And they are not very happy when they have to speak in front of class. Emotional reactivity connected to empathy, the third one. This is the one that parents mostly identify because sometimes this is the most difficult for them. Why? Emotions are a source of information about what is happening inside and outside the person. Sensitive children, due to their tendency to analyze thoroughly, deep analyzing, with their greater interests in their surrounding reality, their superior ability to sharp observation also react in greater emotion. So with the greater intensity of emotion. The emotional reactivity of highly sensitive people is linked to the level of their empathy. But when we, however, taking into account the specificity of this feature manifestation in case of children, we think that this is better to talk about symptomy, because the definition of empathy includes both affective and cognitive factor. So being able to recognize that those are not my emotion, that's someone else's emotion. In case of children, this is quite difficult. And the fourth one, sensitivity to subtle stimuli. Sensitivity to subtle things, subtle action is identified as the awareness of details, subtle sounds, touch, smell, and other delicate stimuli. So in children, this characteristic is manifested among others through paying attention to the changes in the appearance of people or places, for example, change in a position on furniture or someone else's clothes, hair, and so on. Noticing subtle odors due to which the child may not want to, like they are going to some place and find the smell like connected with some kind of emotion. Or saying no for some kind of activities because of the smell. Paying attention to subtle sounds like bird singing, complex music. noticing and often reacting to changes in tone of voice or short glances, like intuition in adults, small gestures. They feel that something is happening. Very important sometimes. So when we start to analyze this characteristic of highly sensitive children, it might be quite obvious that their impact on the functioning in school or in kindergarten is quite large. What do we know from research about the functioning of highly sensitive child in school and in kindergarten? Some research where they examine highly sensitive adults and their perception of the time spent at school. So show us some similar. There are in some way similar to what Aaron described as a characteristic of highly sensitive children in school and preschool environment. So research identify or indicate that most highly sensitive persons do not experience any school problem in names of grades or achievements. So because of their deeper processing, because of try to be perfectionist in some way, they do not experience school-related problems. But the majority of highly sensitive people are perfectionists and expect a lot from each other, from itself. Means do not like to make mistakes, do not like to repeat some tasks because of low achievement. Preferred learning environment, specific learning environment and atmosphere, a quiet working atmosphere was important for most of the adult. So they say, thing that was difficult at school, that was so loud there. What else research results indicate? Highly sensitive children prefer teaching through direct individual instruction. They do not like to appear in front of the group. However, doesn't mean that they are not brave, because sometimes teachers said he's not brave. No, this is not about it. They need more time, and sometimes when they work in a group, they prefer some kind of support from a teacher and working with people who they know. Highly sensitive people prefer working with friends rather than with people who are unknown to them. The physical environment and its aspects such as colorful room, the colors of walls, or too much light or similar features are also play an important role. The behavior of highly sensitive children resulting from overstimulation, which was the second characteristic, may be interpreted by teacher as low motivation or low high attention, or in general attention deficits. What else? New and unknown situation make highly sensitive children feel uncomfortable. This is a characteristic which is obvious for all of us, but most of us needs less time to start acting in a safe place. They prefer repetitive, structured lessons. They prefer know what is going on and know what will happen in which hour. They prefer rules and some kind of rituals. In unclear situation, without a structure, highly sensitive children became nervous, full of anxiety, and it is difficult for them to maintain their balance, even if they know that nothing wrong is not happening. They are often tired after school, so that extra classes after school might be not a good idea for them. What about the social life at school? Close relation with other people are important for them, but they prefer small circle of friends, not a lot of them. Large group and large spaces like school playground are perceived mostly negative, and conflict have a negative impact on highly sensitive children. They may result in difficulties which maintaining their attention during lessons, and even later when they are already at home. So the relations are important, sometimes crucial for the proper functioning. Therefore, it was crucial for us to put an emphasis on the key aspect, that the key aspect is cooperation. The cooperation children, teacher, parents, because when we will focus only on children or only on preparing teachers or only on preparing parents, we will change different environments and different influence of rising systems. So in summary, it should be stated that the most appropriate form of support for teachers and educators in preparing them for work with highly sensitive children are firstly equipping them with knowledge in a field of high sensitivity, because we know it explains a lot. Even the research results show that those characteristics are not like, oh, those are mistakes in the rising system. There are more like well-known knowledge, checked one, which can be helpful in proper support of highly sensitive children. Helping them to understand how highly sensitive children differ from other children, and this is nothing bad, because this is something natural. This is some kind of personal and temperamental trait, not a disorder, but the specific of needs are quite important. Equipping them with tools, specific styles and methods. In the next days we will present you some solution that might be used in working with a child individually and also in a group. So specific styles and methods of work with highly sensitive children, familiarizing them with, among others, elements of temperamental-based intervention, where the crucial is self-regulation, not treating high sensitivity as a dysfunction that have to be changed, or the trait that have to be changed, but self-regulating, changing the impact of the trait on the everyday behavior. Also, mindfulness, teaching how to be in touch with themselves, how to analyze the physical effects of strong emotion, and so on. And providing access to specialists and practitioners supporting highly sensitive children. There be enabling mutual learning and the comprehensive support of highly sensitive children. I hope that in the next few days, next 3 days, we're going to talk about it more. We will try to explain, at the last day, we will try to explain some basic information about the self-regulation and the effective methods of work with highly sensitive children, but also adults, because highly sensitive children become highly sensitive people, adult people, they are always highly sensitive adult. So that's something important for us and important for the conscious work with high sensitivity and work with highly sensitive children. Thank you very much for your attention. As I said at the beginning, if there are questions or information, I think that we can switch on the Q&A section if you would like to ask something now. I will try to... there was a question about the training materials, but Ms. Magda Janiak from our project office answered this question, that the materials will be available in Emotion online platform. So yes, that's true. Our meeting is also on the YouTube of University of Economic and Innovation profile. If it is possible, could you please put the link of YouTube? Thank you very much. So in a minute, we're going to have a link to YouTube. But if you go to the Wyższa Szkoła Ekonomii i Innowacji w Lublinie, University of Economic and Innovation in Lublin. Yes, so we will put the link. I also invite you to visit our website. So that's the link to YouTube. That's our social media and the project. Could you send us links to researches you talk about? Of course. You can also send me question. I will close for a moment this Q&A session and show the last slide with email address in case of any question. And 10th of June there will be also a Polish event only in Polish, how to work with Hailey in order to change their mindset and bring more happiness into their life, make them happier. The interesting is that we see that sometimes a lot of emotion makes us adults feel uncomfortable, and the truth is we really do not know if they are not happy. They are showing some kind of sometimes showing some kind of a behavior that we identify as a difficulty. So the idea is to support from different areas to different environments. Firstly, start teach parents about high sensitivity, explain them that this is not disorder, that's nothing wrong with them. Our experience from focus groups that we lead in Poland, also in Italy, in Macedonia, in Romania, in Spain, are that they feel that something is wrong with the child because he or she had brother, sister, which are not so shy, not labeling as a shy, or are not crying so much, and so on. That's why the first thing is to make sure that we feel that nothing is wrong with the child. If we feel that something is wrong with the child, we act like this. So that's not good for a child, even that's not good for an adult. So that's the first thing. The second is explain sometimes the main teacher or the caregivers about the high sensitivity. That this is some kind of trait, this is not a disorder, but a hard punishment or treating child in a harsh way to make him stronger or her stronger is not a good solution. We sometimes put a metaphor that if you whole life work with iron and you know how to treat iron and you connect with the glass, which is delicate. You need to have some you need to change some methods, because those kind of methods are not effective for those kind of children. That's why there is analogy to orchids. Because orchids needs proper environment to bloom, to show their beauty. Not in every environment this is possible. Whose task is to make these children aware of their sensitivity? I think that in general, this, like the temperamental-based intervention shows, that there are not good or bad temperamental traits. There are different. And for us as a society is to understand that there is no option to be better or worse, having better or good some kind of temperamental trait, because this is temperament. This is if there wouldn't be necessary for us as a society, it won't be that kind of characteristic, that kind of trait. Could you say something about bubble stimuli from those characteristics? Bubble stimuli, what the reason of high sensitive for perceived brain science? The research on highly sensitive adults show that areas of brain with awareness or reflection are more active when during the experiment, showing this nice and worse picture. I think this is very important subject. A lot of teachers consider, unfortunately, those highly sensitive children as bad behaves one. Yes, that's true. We still need a lot of knowledge, especially at school, in preschool. Because this is not so easy to, why it is not easy? Because most of children is not highly sensitive. In Polish research of adolescents, we found about 30% of highly sensitive ones. This is not a lot, but this is not enough to change the methods. The methods which are good for highly sensitive children are nothing bad for the rest of children. So that's something that all of us need to understand, that that's the point of supporting the proper environment. Okay, so I will copy those questions, try to answer. It's possible that those children could be rather listless. I will try to answer them at the next break or at the email. If, like I said before, if any question is unanswered, we will try to stay on this at the last day of our meeting. Okay, so our next speaker, Gabriela. Gabriela, are you ready? I see that Gabriela is with us. In a moment, I will try to say something about the Gabriela and their profession. Oh, yes, we see Gabriela. Hello.
Good morning. Hello.
Good morning. How is in Romania? Rainy.
It's a bit cold, but we are fine.
So that's
for the summer, yes.
Okay. So Gabriela is a PhD in clinical psychology. She is psychotherapist, having years of experience in working in a system of child protection. I think that the greatest impact of her as an expert in a project is combining approach from the scientific point of view and the practical one. Gabriela, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Monica, for this introduction, and I am happy to see you here in a so great number. So we are going to, let me see if I have control over the slides. Yes, I do. Okay, so today we are going to talk together about the specificity of the functioning of highly sensitive children in the home environment, and also about the needs of highly sensitive children in general and in particular in home environments. So I prepared for our workshop two types of activities. One, it's about presenting you these traits and the specificity of the children. And the second one, it's a self-awareness exercise that I'm going to ask you to do together. And you will have the chat at your disposal to answer to one question that I'm going to ask you at some point during our working together. So, the structure of our workshop today. It's first we are going to talk about the importance of the home environment for hypersensitive children. Then we will talk about the potential consequences of the environment, both good and bad consequences. After that, we will talk about the specificity of the functioning of highly sensitive children in the home environment. And after that, we will talk about the needs of highly sensitive children, and we'll put some points about your needs also. So first, we need to consider the importance of the environment of hypersensitive children. And we need to know that the key role in the development of children, especially these who are highly sensitive, it's played by their adult caregivers, people from the closest school and home environment, who should be conscious of individual children's differences and the biological basis of their temperamental traits. We say should be conscious because in order to be conscious, we should have the knowledge, and someone should tell us about this specificity and those traits. Otherwise, those children risk to be misunderstood, or if they live, I don't know, inside the culture who has specific norms about how a child should behave or what kind of traits he should have, then they would be considered I don't know, shy or maladapted or stuff like this. So if the culture in which they live ask for the children to be, I don't know, very vocal or to have a lot of nerve or to adapt easily in an environment, then the highly sensitive child can be easily misunderstood and misjudged. And also, early identification of the trait is relevant in the context of the theory of differential susceptibility, a well-studied aspect of highly sensitivity, which refers to the fact that highly sensitive people are greatly influenced by the environment in which they grow and live. So we all know that we are, and all children and also adults are influenced by the quality and the dimensions of the environment we live in. But mostly highly sensitive people are children and people are influenced because of or due to their specific traits. Okay, also, highly sensitive children are more strongly affected than others by both negative and positive experiences and environments. It's easy to understand this because we all are affected by the experiences that we have during the life. Highly sensitive people children also absorb more environmental information than other people, and that includes both the good and the bad of it. Absorbing information, as we all know, it's a very tiring action or trait, having the ability to absorb a lot of information. So it is a largely unconscious process that uses up a lot of energy. And if we think about ourselves, after we have a very, I don't know, full day, when we met a lot of people, or maybe like psychologists, we work with a lot of people, and at the end of the day, we feel like we have no more energy left. We feel like a little bit depressed. So absorbing the energy from the environment and from the interaction with other person, it's tiring. So this is a perspective in which we can consider how hard it is for a hypersensitive child to absorb an amount of energy from the environment. And when there is too much of it, such as constant noise, lots of people, busy schedules, which are very common through children in our days, highly sensitive children become easily, I would say, overwhelmed. So, environments in the context of sensory processing sensitivity include the physical environment, so the physical dimension of the environment, which can contain food, sleep, medication, all the I don't know, items that somehow influence the physical part of the body. The social environment, like family dynamics, other people's mood, crowd. And by family dynamics, we can imagine the quality of the interaction between parents, or between brothers, or between large family members, so it's easily to understand that if in the family there are conflicts or a bad communication between the members, the highly sensitive child would be easily affected by this. Sensory stimuli, example, auditory stimuli, olfactory, tactile, visual, like strong images, images with strong impact, or very intense smells, or very noisy sounds. And internal experience, like thoughts, emotions, sensations that we feel in the body, like hunger or pain, or other physical internal experiences. The sensitivity of hypersensitive children nervous system to bright light, noise, touch, tissues and perfume, or electromagnetic devices means that people with this trait need, in order to function well, a gentle environment that does not overload their nervous system. So this is, if you want, a task for the parents who are aware of this specific trait, to have them, to set for them chill and warm and not very crowded and noisy environment. Okay, about the potential consequences of the environment, the researches show that low and inadequate levels of parental care of highly sensitive children are directly linked to later incidences of depression. And also, highly sensitive children develop and benefit from the positive effects of a supportive and empathetic environment, with much lower probabilities of developing anxiety and depression. Now, it's not new, the fact that environment influences our mental and psychological and physical balance. So this we should have this I don't know, dimension as a rule in our head, not only when we talk about highly sensitive children, but it's a general rule that environment influences us. Also, in aversive environments, according to the studies, where there is aggression, lack of acceptance, and lack of support, or neglect of emotional needs, these children are more prone to affective and behavioral disorders compared to the majority who do not have the high sensitivity trait, according to researches developed by Elaine Aron. We know that the environment, in a certain degree, would influence our development or the strategies that we develop to deal with the world. But an important factor in the degree that the environment influences us are the personality traits. So there are people which have a higher level of resilience or certain personality factor that somehow tend to minimize the impact. And also in the case of the highly sensitive child, the environment tends to have a higher or a stronger impact. Also, highly sensitive children are more severely affected than most, both by negative and positive experiences and environments. They absorb much more information from the environment than others, and this becomes tiring and leads faster to overloading. Okay, another consequences. The absence of a supportive physical and emotional environment will create physical imbalances, overload, and stress in the body, which can turn into disease. So we can often see them complaining about, I don't know, headaches, or they could be very sensitive to illness. They can access the medical services often. And in these cases, maybe we should try to discover if there is something in their environment who bothers them or make them uncomfortable or overwhelms them all the time, so that the body resistance would be lower than usual. In the environments where support and care are of high quality, highly sensitive children have the ability to flourish and may have better developmental trajectories than the least sensitive ones. For example, increased emotional well-being or greater social competencies. So I believe that this also, it's not a very new news, that if we benefit from support and we are taking care of, we may develop at our best capacity. Okay, so in considering the specificity of the functioning of highly sensitive children, we must somehow have very clear in our heads the DOES model that Monica presented earlier, because the DOES model it's translated in their behavior and in their attitudes in the home environment, school environment, and all the environments that the highly sensitive child accesses. So the depth of processing, the first dimension of the DOES model, is translated in: this child is empathetic and sensitive in relationship to family members. This means that if a family member, I don't know, suffers or is sad or has a certain, I don't know, is uncomfortable with something or doesn't really like something, the highly sensitive child is very able to feel the feelings of other people and to resonate with them, and his emotional state could change according to the people who are close to him and feel some feelings. He has vivid dreams and a rich imagination. So maybe you know that children in general have dreams and they imagine things, but for the highly sensitive child, there are very vivid and full of details and very intense in an emotional level. He needs a longer processing time of new information compared to peers. brothers or friends or I don't know, children from his life. This longer processing time might seem like indecision. Well, it is indecision, but it's not because the child is undecided, but because he needs to process a lot of information and make a choice or make a decision in a very informed manner. He asks deep, thought provoking questions and needs answer in order to feel safe. So he will want to know, I don't know, what kind of school is that, where he is going to be moved, how are the colleagues, how is the teacher, how long is the road from home to school, how is the classroom, how many desks, is it light, is it dark, and so on. But he asks so many questions because he needs to feel safe and secure. He has difficulties in making decisions due to considering too many options, which delays the choices he makes. So, as I said before, he's not undecided, but he needs to consider too many options and the consequences of these options. He needs to observe the situation before participating in it. So rarely you will see a highly sensitive child going to a playground where there are other children and just jumping into the crowd, because he needs to sit on the border, watch the children, watch their interaction in a manner that he could enter when he feels safe. He has a slow adaptation to new people and situations that appear in the home environment. So, if a guest come to our house, or if I don't know, strangers appear there, he has a slow adaptation. He has big baby steps into knowing and observing that person before interacting with her, which is the reason why he might seem shy. He has intensity in experiencing feelings like fear, joy, sadness, enthusiasm, and may appear as exaggerating things. So it's like when some people, I don't know, evaluate the behavior of a child like you are playing theater or it's too much, you are exaggerating. Well, the highly sensitive child doesn't exaggerate, he has a very intense way of feeling. He is paying attention to the less obvious elements of a situation that most family members do not pay attention to. So he is very much paying attention to details. He's very careful with the details and observing very fast the changes or the details. He has awareness of the long-term consequences of own actions, which may appear as hesitation and needs more time to react to situation. So he will think about all the possibilities, put all the possible results in a constellation, and then he will choose the best option that he will consider. Okay, from the perspective of ease of being overstimulated, his behaviors could be having difficulties with falling or remaining asleep, waking up in the middle of the night, having acute reactions to change. He needs preparation and time to integrate the changes in his environment. So, as I said before, I gave the example with the first day of school, or changing the school, or I don't know, changing the home, or making some changes inside the home, changing his room, or buy new furniture would put him in an unsecure position. So he needs to be prepared for those changes, like first if we take the example with changing the furniture, first to see what kind of furniture parents are willing to buy, and then to make a plan together. We'll put here the bed, and here the couch, and here, I don't know, the closet. And he needs to be prepared also with the places that he will see for the first time. If we want to choose a place for his birthday, for calling people at his birthday, he will first have to see the place, talk to the staff there, and know about how this place will be arranged before going there for the first time. He has intense reactions to noise, cold, heat, artificial light, discomfort. Example: he has a small piece of sand in a shoe that most of us could go on and stand it until we go home. Well, he will want to remove that piece of sand from the shoe. Wet clothing are he can stand this type of physical discomfort, or a scratchy label that bothers him can become very serious problems. So he needs attention for the physical comfort, because it's very important for a highly sensitive child. The need for his own space, and prefers to stay alone, and we should respect this need for having his time alone, because most of this time is used for recharging his batteries. And I believe that we also need from time to time some time alone, so it's not hard to understand. He doesn't like the house to be crowded and noisy, and many people talking to each other and making a lot of noise and music and stuff like this. He prefers quiet and relaxing places. They may lose their tempers, fly into rages, avoid situations that overstimulate, irritate, and overwhelm them. And this also might seem, for an eye that is not trained to this trait, like, I don't know, he's spoiled, or he exaggerates things, and other interpretations like this. But in reality, he perceives the stimuli with a certain force or strongness, and he reacts in consequence. They may be very active at home, which gives the impression that they have attention deficits. However, their attention span is within the norm when they are not subjected to excessive stimulation. In critical situations, they may shout at others, some may withdraw, others somatize overstimulation through abdominal pain, headache, or other physical symptoms. So we may use these signals when we have it, like shouting at other children, or withdrawing, or all type of aches in the body, that something is wrong, something overwhelmed the highly sensitive child. Okay, from the perspective of emotional reactivity connected to empathy, his behaviors might be: they react with greater emotional intensity to the stimuli, changes in the environment, physical discomfort, inappropriate approaches from the family members, like criticizing, or rapidly changing the moods in family members. He has difficulties in adapting so fast. They are able to feel the feelings of other family members, and they are often emotionally overloaded because of this. As we said before, they are very empathetic, and they resonate on an emotional level in a very deep manner. They are perfectionists. They try to satisfy caregivers and overreact even when making the smallest mistake. So for them, it's important to maintain the harmony of the relationship, and they are very willing to please the significant persons that they are in relationship with. From the perspective of sensitivity to subtle stimuli, we can have they notice every loving glance and return it, like a smile, a touch, a kiss, caring, looking at them. They are able to see it immediately, and they are very willing to respond, to emotionally connect with the adult, and not only. They can tell when someone, I don't know, brothers need something before the parents even thought about it. So they may say, I think my little sister, who's a baby, is hungry. Even before the parents identify this, or the parents become conscious that it's lunchtime. So they can easily guess or connect to other people's needs on an emotional level. They notice small details like there is some skin left on this apple. And also, the strangers might say, oh, what a spoiled child. It's just some skin. Yes, but for them it's bothering. They pay attention to the changes in the environment or people and can be disturbed by this. So, changes are hard. We have to prepare them for changes. They are affected by the changes in the tone of voice or the small gestures of the parents. So, conflicts or severe criticism in front of those children might be very hard for them to um get. Okay, now, before doing this, I would like to have a small exercise together. So, for this exercise, I am going to ask you to think about yourself when you were children. I don't know, maybe choose a time that you uh, want, or maybe think about your entire childhood, about you as children in school, in preschool, in your family, especially. And please connect with the child you were in the past. And while you are connected, please think about the needs that you remember having, or the needs that you are conscious right now to have had in the past. So please take a few moments, a few minutes, and try to remember the needs that you had from your caregivers, from home, from school, the needs that you had from them and from the environment uh, level. And please, when you identify those needs, write them in the chat, as many needs as you manage to identify. So I'm going to give you a few moments, a few minutes to first identify the needs you had as a child and then write them into the chat. Okay, the acceptance of being different. Thank you, Pablo. Appreciation at home, at school. Attention, yes. Yes, lots of attention. The need for play with a parent, yes. Safety, security, routines, yes. The need to feel safe in loud. Support, yes. To feel loved, secure, love. Acceptance for my own choices, yes. To be praised, accepted, and loved, yes. To feel loved. To be somebody with me. Come on, I'm waiting. I know there are many. Attention, to be noticed. Support, safety, acceptance, yes. Love, caution, fine. Safety, support, yes. To be comforted emotionally. To be heard, noticed, yes. Friends, yes. Be spoken with kindness, without demands, yes. Calm, empathy. They understand my emotions, yes. To see deeper understanding, naming what I couldn't say myself, yes. Be close to my family. Appreciation of otherness. To accept who I am. This I don't understand, Agatha. To be said, you are a wonderful child, yes. Need for being better informed, yes. Feel listened, yes.
Agatha said helping with making decision, being heard.
Okay, thank you. Yes. Acceptance, feel respected and valued. I remember this. Noticed and loved. Mhm. Patience, I guess, yes. Appreciation of the progress, understanding from the teacher. Mhm. To be heard, not interrogated. Good one. Yes. Okay. The list remains open, so you may write whatever you feel like writing. Being important with my family, yes. Share family, meals, and quality time. Meals, I guess, right? Meals, good. The self acceptance, it's developed when we are well Okay, are you back? Am I back? Can you see me and hear me? Yes, good, good, thank you. Okay, good. So, let me see if I missed some answer in the chat. Okay, being at peace, harmony with everyone, to be understood when irritated because of label tags or bright lights, and not be labeled as fusy or mean or naughty. Good. Yes, I know. So feel confident that conflicts can be worked through and learned from. Okay. Okay. So I want you to feel free to continue writing in the chat, because this is a very important exercise of self-awareness, to be aware of the needs that we had and the way that we were responded to them, and to be able to understand a behavior and attitudes of children from the perspective of the needs behind, not to reduce our observation only on this visual level. It's important to look behind, because if we look behind our behaviors and see those needs that we had, and maybe not necessarily were expressed in the best manner or in the most pleasant for parents or for teacher manners, then we are able to understand that behind every behavior there is a very profound need that if it is not seen, then it risks to remain unfulfilled. Okay, so we'll talk now about the needs of highly sensitive children. And the first need, not necessarily the most important, but one of the needs, is the routine need. And someone specified this need in the chat. Routine are important for highly sensitive children. These children thrive on routine. There is a calm that comes with order and habits. And we must admit that for us also the routine is important, because it gives us the feeling of safety and knowing what happens to us. So in taking care of a highly sensitive child, first we must have a routine for them in order to feel safe. They feel secure and thrive when the environment is structured for them. So you might consider to prioritize tasks and routines into steps, short and simple ones, and let them know what is the routine for that day. A good night's sleep and healthy meals. This is not new, we should do this also. Spaced regularly throughout the day. A lack of sleep for a highly sensitive child can make life almost unbearable. Getting enough sleep helps soothe the highly sensitive child's ramped up senses and allows him or her to process her or his emotion. We all know that if we don't have enough sleep, our mood during that day is not necessarily the best one. So um, multiplicate this with 10 or 50 and you will have the picture, because the highly sensitivity is the trait which is there. Adequate support for the child allows for the understanding and treatment of sensitivity as a potential rather than a deficit or a burden, because it is a potential, it is a resource if we consider it from the right point of view. But adequate support means adequate knowledge. So it is our duty, the ones who know and understand the trait, to give the knowledge to the parents and the caregivers and the teachers, so that they can see the highly sensitive child as a person with very much resources and potential, and not as a person with a deficit. They need more time to observe and react when just enter in a new group. So we should help the child to accommodate in a new, as parents, yes, to accommodate in a new environment, and not necessarily push him, come on, go, make friends. He's not able to do this. He needs time to observe and understand in order to feel safe. They need to learn how to manage themselves, not to be overwhelmed, and how to use their capacity of analysis, of analyzing the stimuli for better purpose and for their own development. Being perfectionists, they may need more time for make a decision and explore the possibilities. So it is our duty not to rush them or put pressure on them if they need to make a decision. Even if we talk about what kind of blouses he will wear today, or especially if we talk about the way in which he wants to spend his weekend or his birthday. Awareness of the child resources allow us to manage both the upbringing and the educational process in such a way as to develop, broaden, and modify the child's resources and not to focus on deficits or difficulties. Highly sensitive children may need their own space for reordering and recharge themselves or to be in touch to themselves. So they might want to go into their room more often or, I don't know, sit into the yard or in a park or by themselves and not necessarily go play with other children. And it's fine if this is the way they recharge. They don't have to do it in a crowdy manner or hysterical one. They need responses to their questions as well as to be away for a time from intense stimuli. Having more empathy and awareness, they often get stressed or have low self-esteem in their home environment if their home environment is chaotic or without a clear border for their own space, and even if they are told not to be so sensitive. Now, just imagine this situation, okay? I'm not talking about a highly sensitive child. I'm talking about us who are here, adults of all kind of personality structures. Imagine that you live for a month in an environment where people argue, there is violence, someone criticizes you for what you are, there is a lot of noise, a lot of lack of respect, or I don't know, all sort of these adaptive behaviors. Now, imagine yourself living in this kind of environment for 1 month and what kind of impact this environment would have upon you. So, now imagine this from the perspective of a highly sensitive child. So, the overloading is severe. It is often for them to need their parents' proximity as well as being alone. It is for parents to find a way to cope with uncertainty of not knowing if they respond enough to their children's needs. Because this kind of fear of not being good enough can appear to a parent or to a teacher or to a psychologist, why not? But this is a problem of self containing, doing our best, and self containing our fears to avoid overwhelming the highly sensitive child with too much caring or too much attention, more than he can stand. Some of these children are perfectionists and have struggled in taking risks because they deeply process decisions. So they need time to take into consideration all options. And some of them can act after listing some risks and using intuition to set the framework when they have supportive parents who help them know themselves. But before this, I was in a hurry, are very different. Your needs as children and their needs as highly sensitive children, I don't believe that they are different. I believe that all we want is love, safety, to feel accepted for who we are, to be understood, to be taken care of, and to be allowed to take care of, to be connected, and to be treated with dignity. So it is not very different of the needs that we have or the needs that we had in the past. So, in order to support a highly sensitive child, parents should benefit of first, knowledge in the field of high sensitivity, traits, and needs. And this is why we are preparing here today to do this for parents and for teachers. Help to develop the parental competencies specific to raising a highly sensitive child, because there are, as you saw, the parental competencies, the basis parental competencies, and some specialized competencies which consist in understanding the specificity of the highly sensitive child functioning. A good parent-teacher relationship, which is the main key in, supporting the highly sensitive child, and access to specialists and support groups, like specialists like psychologists and support groups for parents, teachers, parents and teacher, and so on. So this is it for today. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Gabriela. Could you stay for a moment with us?
Yes, of course, I'm here.
Great. We have two questions. One is, from my point of view, very moving, how to help highly sensitive children be more happy, be happier in their life. And the second is, how do you think might highly sensitive children look like more apathic or listless than the other children?
Okay, let's take first, because I have some difficulties with the second. I didn't understand, but I will ask you to repeat. How can we help them to be more happy as parents, as teachers, both? Okay. Okay. First, we need to connect with the highly sensitive child to help him to have a good, balance, and to feel joy and happiness. We need to connect and respond to his needs as they are in that moment. We don't need to make a program for him to make him happy. Okay, let's go to a party, let's do things. We need to know what makes him, the specific child, happy. Okay, and for knowing what makes him happy, we need to connect to how he is. Forget about what we know about things that make children happy, and just sit there and connect with him, and forget about what we know about happiness in general. Okay, because he can be in in his room, charging, recharging, and thinking about things that he's interested in and feel happy. So maybe there are no fireworks necessary. So when we talk about how to make a highly sensitive child happy, I would say how to help my highly sensitive child to be happy, because every child is unique and every child feels satisfaction from his particular things that like him. So first connect with him, and then let him guide you towards the happiness that he might feel from different actions. I don't believe in recipes.
That's very good advice, to forget about anything what makes children in general happy. Focus on your child, on your student. The second question was about, is it possible that those children, which was highly sensitive children, could be rather apathic, listless?
Then highly sensitive?
Are highly sensitive more apathic, look like more apathic, be rather listless?
So they might look more than the norm.
Yeah, that was that the second part looked like is from me, because I don't believe that there are more apathic, but might look like.
Okay, they might look like more withdrawn or maybe apathic or maybe shy, but we should consider, I mean, we can't use only this trait to say, okay, this child is highly sensitive. We should consider the entire picture of traits, but yes, they might look more, I don't know, withdrawn than apathic, more shy. At least in our culture, this is the behavior in Romanian culture. This is the first, I don't know, appearance. He's shy, and we often misinterpret it.
Yes, this is easy to label.
Yes.
After observing some first behavior. Thank you very much, Gabriela.
Thank you too.
Okay, so the third part of today's workshops training is our emotion model. I will talk a bit about our emotion model. What is the idea? Why did we develop this model, and why we call it Model of Support for Highly Sensitive Children? It is about the work on our project. And our whole international training call a model of support for highly sensitive children in preschool and early school age. That's why I will specifically try to explain why did we develop the model, what is the main goal of Emotion Project, why are we sharing our training days on that kind of structure, the importance of early identification of child's potential, the second, education and support for parents and caregivers. And the last is form of exchange, exchanging experiences. Gabriela talked a lot about support groups, understanding each other. That's why our normative approach mostly say people should be like, or we have a cultural ideal of a person which, behave in a specific way. So, why did we develop the supportive model, a model of support? The first, and which I repeat today, is that sensory processing sensitivity is temperamental trait, which is distinct, different from other personality constructs and other emotional advantages sometimes. This trait is associated with special benefits when we think about including positive mood, the power of positive emotion, the greater awareness, the response to intervention. When a person is raised and live in a positive condition, in a positive environment. Like I said at the first speech, this is the one side of the same coin. The second one is that this trait may entail the risk of potential psychological difficulties and with some stress-related problems when the environment where we rise and live is not good for us, is not positive and supportive. Therefore, the concept of high sensitivity treated as both as a protective factor and the risk factor become an area of research and practical interest and was used as a basic for the development of subsequent implementation of the International Emotion Project. What is the project about? I send you a link to our website. It will be great if you could go there and read more. Also at our blog, there are some articles that explain things that we will not touch maybe today, but I hope it will be helpful to see the whole picture. So the main goal of our project was to develop, test, implement a comprehensive model of support for highly sensitive children of preschool and early school age. The model is built upon an approach of sensory processing sensitivity in children. The basis for its construction was also from the broader construct of environmental sensitivity. In the explication of the specificity of children's development in this period of life, the very beginning, developmental regularities were taken into account because we are supporting some developmental tasks which are in every stage of our personal development. We also consider risk and protective factor, thinking about the etiology of the construct. So the model is built upon the approach of SPS, and the basic for its construction, like I said, is from the broader construct of environmental sensitivity. Now we consider environmental sensitivity as an umbrella term for different concepts which explain people's, but not only people, also animals' responsivity to positive and negative environment. And the same, the point which combine all those concepts is that minority of population is sensitive. From different research, we know that this is from 15 to 30% of population. I think that the differences might be from not perfect tools or measures that we use in research on high sensitivity. So we have differential sensitivity, which explain us that highly sensitive. There are some people who are whose responses are stronger on stress, but also stronger on positive stimulus. Which means that if we will look at only one side, we will see anxiety, stress-related problems, depressions, but also when we put an emphasis on the second part, we see also some kind of vantage sensitivity, like they call it, some kind of resilience instead of only problems. So with contact with positive stimulus, there's also something great. The second concept is sensory processing sensitivity, which we say that they have some characteristics. The most important one is depth of processing, because in interaction with emotional reactivity became a good support, good background for awareness to subtle, delicate stimulus and risk of being overstimulated easily. And the third concept, which is covered on this umbrella, is biological sensitivity to context. So this is our background, but why we develop model and how we understand the term model. The model is understood in our project and as an integration by representing the diverse finding in a common system. So the model is built upon the approach of SPS and broader construct of environmental sensitivity, and we also, like I said before, take into account thinking about this stage of life and developmental tasks which are on this stage of life. To foster the potential of high SPS individuals and prevent negative consequences, support of teacher and parents based on prevention program which are available and which we also develop as a part of this project. That is why we develop a model of support. The purpose of the developed model is to realize the assumption that highly sensitive students have the opportunity to fully use their potential. Teachers from our focus groups, like I said before, often signalized that they function below their competences, not showing themselves. If they will not put enough attention to help them to develop their potential, that might be something difficult for the rest of their life. This potential might be manifested in creativity, in intuition, in brilliance, in life wisdom and empathy also. To be perceived through all their potential, not only one-dimensional thought, that prism of high sensitivity, which we said, which Gabriela also explain us, that they might be labeled as shyness, as inhibition, fearfulness, which are fuzzy sometimes, help them develop their possibilities. Some of highly sensitive children are also excluded due preliminary diagnosis, not this positive diagnosis like I mentioned before. They are sometimes recognized as children with disorders or deficits, diagnosed as disturbed children with attention deficits. The part will begin to satisfy if we will identify highly sensitive child as a child misdiagnosed. Understand the child behavior not as a way to satisfy their need, but as a way of dysfunctional trying to focus on themselves. We will also start to help them satisfy their need in a dysfunctional way. That's why there are those two aspects. One is the structure of supporting interaction. So expert training. We are now at the expert training. People who will know more about high sensitivity will be sure that a high sensitivity is not a disorder, or those children are not weaker. Those children have a specific characteristics, but it doesn't mean that we cannot treat them equally. So in this expert training, I hope that you will be ready to explain teachers, parents, and they will be able to support their children in a proper way. So the close cooperation with children, this connection which Gabriela explains with teacher, parents and children are very crucial. And here is a scheme of support model. The first and the very important step is identification. So the identification of child potential is something very from the very beginning. Then education and support for parents and caregivers. We're gonna talk on the next Tuesday about supporting materials which can be helpful for parents, which can be helpful for teachers. Then this normative prevention approach about the exchange, about exchanging experience, supporting each other. And that brings us to a conscious work with highly sensitive children. And at the end, I will say, how do we understand the term conscious work with highly sensitive children. So the main goal of the project is to develop, test and implement a comprehensive model of support for highly sensitive children in preschool and early school age. First step, identification. The initial assessment, we talk about that maybe word assessment is not good, but this is about the identification of potential in the meaning of positive diagnosis. This first step is often, when we talk about children, based on the analysis of child's behavior. In case of highly sensitive children, as we said before, it might be confused because in a bad environment, when they are tired or overwhelmed, may look like with child with some kind of dysfunction. So a proper tool can be the first stage of the process of support for highly sensitive children in their families, as well in their close environment, kindergarten, school. So the word positive diagnosis is crucial for us. In accordance with positive diagnosis approach, some kind of tests, questionnaires, in general psychometric tool may not only be applied to diagnose dysfunctions, as it's sometimes assumed when using the term diagnosis, but also to learn about the strength and potential of child, their talents, predisposition, in order to find out how to develop them and how to support the child's development, because we are supporting the child in this his/her development. Today we're going to talk more about questionnaires that we develop in our project. The questionnaire of sensory processing sensitivity in children. We will introduce you and talk more about a different 4 versions of these questionnaires. Here we have some example version for parents of preschool children. And as you know, there are some characteristics, but also from a psychometrical analysis, we have some kind of different approach, and in the project, experts, we decide to use a new approach analyzing child's behavior in different spheres of child's functioning. So, what are the examples of the question which we ask parents about the child? Is your child avoid being in bright sun? Or too hot foods bother him/her? Or find intense light unpleasant? Or is sensitive to temperature change? Yes, this test will be available on our website with the feedback, and we will try to explain how to use it tomorrow. So more often than other children signal a need for rest, or when many things happen at once, is tired more than other children. We are trying not to compare children, but for parents it is easy to say, the siblings don't have behavior like that, or in a classroom it is something special, unique for my child, because they do not bother in what kind of dishes they eat. For my child, this is important to have this specific plate because for him, for her, this is very important. It is difficult for him to fall asleep, especially after an active day. So when the parent say sometimes, but extremely is mostly for, how does it, we will back to this question, very important one. So that was the example of some kind of question which will help us to familiarize with this term of high sensitivity, understanding it in a proper way. So the younger the child is, the more important to their development is environmental stimulation, and thus the quality of the environment. For example, some research shows that with the poor quality material environment, highly sensitive children were more sensitive to negative effects of a poor environment as an adults, reporting significantly higher psychological distress score. So that's just one of examples showing how a good supporting environment is important for proper development of all children, but especially beneficial for highly sensitive one. That's why the second step is putting as much attention as it's needed for education and support for parents and caregivers to help them to support children. So we are preparing adults to help. And what is the basis of our approaches? We use we try to implement different prevention approaches. So the first one is cognitive approach, which based on the assumption that if person understand facts, then they will make their own decision to case a specific unconstructive, to stop a specific unconstructive activity. So if I know that this will harm my child, that this critical approach, which is effective for my older son, when he, not for the criticism is not good for everyone, but there are some methods like giving some kind of harsh feedback, which will be not effective for my child. If I know it, because my child is highly sensitive, I will resign for that kind of unconstructive activity, mostly. Therefore, the strategy for this approach is supply information. We prepare a lot of different a lot of information prepared in different forms and different ways to make, I would say to make sure, but to help to understand the specificity of high sensitivity. Second approach that we decide to implement in our model is normative education approach. So it's based on the assumption that people mostly overestimate the universality of dysfunctional behavior and difficulties experienced. So, know about the history of life of highly sensitive people and normalizing beliefs about the ability to cope with life of people who are highly sensitive. Most of parents and teachers are worried about how do they cope with life, how do they will live in this hard world when you have to be very strong, not empathy at all, and so on. Of course, I'm polarizing, but that's the point. So mostly we are overestimating that they will deal very well, but maybe in a different way than we expect. That's why on our emotion platform, we prepare a forum of exchange when people can share their own experience, when people can share can share their fears about the future of the child. They can share what do they think about high sensitivity and what do they worry about. One of the one of the activity that we prepare for adult caregivers are podcasts. These podcasts are from different people who we think that find themselves as happy in their life and success in their life. They're from different areas. They do different activities, and at the end of my speech I will show you two of them. From our side, from Poland, there is among other Natalia Niement and Mietek Szcześniak, who share their experience and on the base of lifespan interview of Mac Adams, make a story of their life as a highly sensitive people, highly sensitive children, and then highly sensitive people. And the third approach that we implement in our project is affective approach to the prevention, which assumes that adequately strong and stable self-esteem, problem-solving skills, and in relation to research conducted so far, educational skills allow for a provision of sufficient support in order to avoid dysfunctional behavior. So the strategies undertaken as a part of this approach are aimed at improving life and educational skills and are carried out in the form of education initiatives. So we prepare some kind of curricula which can help with the cooperation with practitioners, which can help to understand what kind of exercise might be helpful for all the children, not only highly sensitive one, to support their self-esteem, problem-solving skills, also mindfulness skills. And in Poland, we support in preparing these scenarios with practitioners from I weź tu się dogadaj. So that will be something I will talk at the last day of our workshops. So the essence of support of highly sensitive children, so how we do understand the conscious work with highly sensitive children. So planning support for highly sensitive children is not about modifying their personality traits. Sometimes parents said, do something with the child, just, open brain and change something to make him or her less vulnerable, because that's the side they see now. In terms of some kind of problems, of advantages, of worry about their future. So conscious work focus on providing conditions in which highly sensitive children may have equal opportunity to develop their potential. When training, supporting adult carriers, caregivers, teachers, parents, in providing an adequate level of support for highly sensitive children, attention should be paid on the developmental task of preschool and early school age. Why it is important for us? Because this is very important stage in life when they start to trust the institution, different people who will take care of them, and need to make sure that they provide a proper place for their development. We should provide support in something. That's why the proposal in something for us means to meet developmental stages and deal with developmental tasks. Now I would like to show you one of the podcasts. This is the conversation with Natalia Niemen, who is a Polish singer In Poland, she's because of her father. He was a great artist, very well known, but also because of her talent. This version I show you now is a shorter version. All our podcasts have a short and long version. We have English subtitles to all of them. So it will be a pleasure for us to share with you experience of highly sensitive people who satisfy their life very well. So now I will open this podcast.
Od kiedy pamiętam, byłam dzieckiem płaczliwym na przykład, bojącym się i no takim też utalentowanym artystycznie, bo od kiedy pamiętam rysowałam, malowałam z siostrą. Obie to robiłyśmy i nasi rodzice byli artystami od zawsze. Mama malarka, taka osoba bardzo z plastycznymi, z wizualnymi sztukami związana, chociaż samouk. Obecnie jest świetnym fotografem również. Tata no głównie muzyk, kompozytor, poeta, instrumentalista, śpiewający, nagrywający taki sam sobie ster, żeglarz, okręt, więc atmosfera artystyczna też na pewno wpływała na ten rozwój, domowa atmosfera artystyczna, ale im bardziej rosłam, im bardziej dojrzewałam, im więcej ogarniałam z otaczającego świata, tym bardziej zauważałam, że inaczej odbieram rzeczywistość w sobie. Przynajmniej tak nazywałam to rzeczywistością, bo później w życiu spotykałam ludzi, którzy mówili mi, to jest tylko w twojej głowie to coś. Te moje oglądy spraw przeróżnych, opisywane zdaniami wielokrotnie złożonymi, liczne rozgałęzienia i wynikające wnioski, które dla niektórych osób, czy może większości osób, których spotykałam w życiu, były wnioskami godnymi obrzucenia takim pobłażliwym, kpiącym spojrzeniem, iż oto, cóż ona wymyśla, niech się nie przejmuje. I pamiętam na przykład w szkole, gdzieś tam w gronie rówieśniczym bywało, że słyszałam, ale ty jesteś dziwna. Tak, Natalia to taka dziwna jest. Była jedna sytuacja na wakacjach, nie wiem, może mówiłam jakieś dziwne rzeczy, takie właśnie z cyklu nadwrażliwego ogarniania sytuacji. Miałam chyba, nie wiem, 10 lat, naprawdę nie pamiętam, co to była sytuacja i koleżanka powiedziała mi, Natalia, ty taka dziwna jesteś, ale mogę się tylko domyśleć, że chodziło może o coś, co jakąś ocenę sytuacji w sposób mocno inny, może jakiś głębszy niż dzieci w moim wieku by to uczyniły. Ja się zaczęłam właśnie przejmować tym. Zaczęło we mnie pomału latami narastać takie przekonanie, że jestem rzeczywiście dziwna, inna i w związku z tym zła. Zła w sensie, że coś jest ze mną nie tak. A byłoby fajnie, jakby było tak. A jakby było tak, to znaczy, że czułabym się jakoś rozumiana, bardziej akceptowana. Chodziłam do szkoły muzycznej. Od 7 roku życia uczyłam się gry na fortepianie, później na skrzypcach. Dużo bardzo też rysowałam, plastyczyłam, jak to mówię, bo również to było i malarstwo, i kolarze, i rzeźba, tego wszystkiego mama mnie i siostrę uczyła. No, pokazywała nam, dawała narzędzia, możliwości, spędzała z nami czas przy tych czynnościach. Dodam też, że jeszcze bardziej moją wrażliwość uwypuklał czas spędzony z albumami malarstwa, z kwartalnikami, chyba wtedy były głównie kwartalniki w latach 80., traktujące o sztuce. Ponieważ mama miała tego w domu sporo, to ja potrafiłam wiele godzin w ciągu tygodnia spędzić jako dziecko przy tych albumach i studiując starych mistrzów, nowsze malarstwo. Te sztuki piękne bardzo mnie tak fascynowały. Lubiłam wchodzić w ten świat, ale teraz a propos wrażliwości, ciekawa sytuacja. Jak wyglądała twórczość Zdzisława Beksińskiego, wie każdy. Pamiętam, iż kiedy to była gazeta Polska Poland i tam był jakiś artykuł o Zdzisławie Beksińskim. Reprodukcja znajdowała się tam straszliwie, może wszystkiego obrazy są straszliwe. Miałam może 4-5 lat i zobaczyłam reprodukcję obrazu, na którym była, no dzisiaj byśmy powiedzieli, kobieta zombie, czyli taka postać z twarzą, z włosami żywymi i taka jakby obleczona skórą, ni to skóra, ni to jakieś brudne szmaty. Jezus kochany, jak ja zobaczyłam, przewróciłam kartkę, zobaczyłam ten ułamek sekundy, ta sekunda, tak, którym moje oczy dziecięce spojrzały na tę reprodukcję, ja nie zapomnę tego do końca życia. Po prostu poczułam, jakby ktoś, nie wiem, przebił mnie piką na wylot. Potem lubiłam mówić, że jakby coś we mnie umarło. To był po prostu tak nieprawdopodobny szok. To bo każde dziecko pewnie by się przestraszyło takiego obrazka, ale we mnie to jakoś tak zostało na dłużej. Jakieś takie odarcie z niewinności. To samo miałam, pamiętam, z rzeźbą bodaj Rodin, Pocałunek. Ja nie jestem za tym, żeby dzieci miały do czynienia z treściami erotycznymi. Oczywiście ta rzeźba, porównując ze współczesną sztuką pełną golizn czy aktów seksualnych, w ogóle to była poezja, ale pamiętam też około 4-5 roku życia oglądałam takie pocztówki wtedy, chyba rodzice, tata pewnie przywoził głównie z jakichś tam koncertów. Taki zestaw pocztówek można było nabyć w muzeach zagranicznych, reprodukcje dzieł innych artystów, ale ten Rodin i ten Pocałunek, i ja pamiętam, że też dla mnie było takie, no niby dziecko nic nie wiedziało na ten temat, ale Boże, też pamiętałam przez wiele lat później ten Pocałunek, takie skrępowanie, no dzisiaj to nazywam skrępowaniem, ale po prostu mnie tak strasznie też jakoś tak uderzyło, tak niefajnie, niepokojąco. No i znowu mówię, no każde dziecko mogłoby tak zareagować, ale później przypominając sobie jakieś kolejne sytuacje w moim życiu, jeśli chodzi właśnie o bodźce, które przez oczy docierały, teledysk Thriller Michaela Jacksona. Przecież ja myślałam, że ja po prostu umrę następnego dnia. I ja chyba nawet go do końca nie zobaczyłam. Jakieś tam fragmenty gdzieś spod kołdry w ogóle, ale to wystarczyło, że jakiś taki strach wszedł we mnie. Dzieci tak bardzo wyczuwają jakieś, nie wiem jak to nazwać, fluidy, energię, duchowość jakąś, czyny, które stoją za tymi ludźmi, w tych ludziach, jakieś ich krzywdy, no bo syf ludzki zawsze wychodzi z krzywdy, mam wrażenie. To też jest chyba cecha takich ludzi właśnie wysoko wrażliwych, którzy odczytują tę metafizykę.
That was the short version when she explained how to say, a situation that she met as a child, like labeling of being weird, and it stayed with her for years, and then how we have to be patient and aware of different stimulus, like an art, which are very important and deep processing, but by highly sensitive children, by highly sensitive people. She is a great example of depth of processing. The video of Thriller of Michael Jackson, when it makes her feel fear, and that was something very moving. And I would like also to show you another short version of the podcast with Mietek Szcześniak, who is also well known in Poland, but there are also English subtitles. And I'm really curious about your opinion.
Gdzie wrażliwy człowiek, Mietek Szcześniak, ładuje swoje akumulatory? Gdzie jest to źródło energii?
Najpierw w sobie i w tym, co jest spoza nas. Czyli w czymś, kimś większym. Wydaje mi się, na pewnym etapie życia staje się proste, że wszystko jest od nas większe właściwie. I to nie jest fałszywa skromność, tylko to jest, myślę, sposób patrzenia na rzeczywistość. I myślę, że nie głupi sposób patrzenia, bo daje nam możliwość uczenia się ciągle poszerzania naszej wrażliwości, naszej wiedzy, naszej empatii. To po pierwsze, po drugie zewnętrznie to takie miejsce, które mam na ziemi i to dzięki temu miejscu na ziemi jest o niebo lepiej, bo kupiłem jakieś 20 lat temu takie stare gospodarstwo z kawałkiem pola i z tego pola zrobiłem parkogród, ponieważ znam się na drzewach i je lubię. Ten amator, dendrolog we mnie ciągle. Okiełznałem stare, dałem mi możliwość przez przycięcie puszczenia nowych pędów i owocowania, więc mam taką jeszcze przedwojenną szarorynetę na przykład rozłożystą. Mam też kilka starych wież, w których mieszkają czarownice. Żartuję. Ale
Te wierzby mają imiona?
Wierzby nie mają imion, są wierzbami. I cóż, wymyśliłem, żeby ludzie zamiast przywozić mi prezenty na urodziny, na przykład kiedyś zjeżdżamy latem, przywozili drzewo. Zrobiliśmy taki park przyjaźni. Te drzewa już rosną, dzwonię czasem do nich i mówię, co to za dzikie pędy ci odrastają. Czasem trafia. Taki ogród to jest coś wyjątkowego, ponieważ przez 20 lat urósł mój plan. Urosły moje kompozycje, moje aranżacje. Ponieważ stało się to, co zamierzałem, sadząc każde z drzew, czyli dbając o każdą pojedynczość, a w kompozycji one są razem piękne. Mało tego, jeszcze dały swój efekt, swój walor, dołożyły swoją indywidualność, bo rozrastają się po swojemu wszędzie. No ja po każdej płycie jestem trochę zombie, bo to dużo wysiłku mnie kosztuje, tego emocjonalnego głównie, więc...
Długo tak się zombuje?
No to zależy. Zależy, co się dzieje później. Takim antidotum jest ten ogród, hektarowy ogród. To jest obcowanie z tymi drzewami i z tymi kompozycjami, bo tu łąka, tutaj parkowa część, tutaj niby jakaś woda z górką malutką, usypaną, na którą mówię, że jest kopcem Mieczysława. To są fajne, śmieszne i cenne, delikatne i wymagające dużo surowej pracy rzeczy. To jest pasja, więc nie pracuje się limitem, tylko celem. Kiedy cel się osiąga, dopiero wtedy odczuwa się, ile to zabrało energii. Czasem naprawdę dużo.
Potrzebna jest wtedy samotność, pobycie z samym sobą.
Rzeczywiście przebywanie z samym sobą w takim stanie jest, uważam, najlepszym zajść. Bo trzeba uzupełnić braki. Jeśli te braki są, to w kontakcie z innymi też będą. Inni będą przyjemne pewnie dla tych innych. Więc dobrze jest to zregenerować, myślę.
And how not to believe in depth of processing and sensitivity of subtles. Those two examples are something which in practical way, real people, not researchers who are not very real. I'm joking, of course. Real people explain how do they feel their sensitivity, how do they recharge their batteries, how do they connect with other people, and how do they are mature enough to understand that this is always start with us, with our way of thinking, with our meeting needs and satisfying them. So this period of time when there is a childhood are quite very important. Is every highly sensitive related to art? In some way, yes, because this is more about the spiritual sphere of functioning and not art understanding in not every time art understanding in this traditional way, like preparing some kind of but yes, most of them which we talk with create something. So nice question. What are your reflections about this, about those podcasts, about this sharing this specific period of life from Natalia and from Mietek Szcześniak? Do they were lucky to find their sensitivity as the potential? I think so. And they accept it. Yes, that's for sure their superpower, that they found it as a potential, but understand it in many areas of life, mostly period of life, as something difficult, like you are weird because you are not like all of us. Yes, highly sensitive people need to find their way to be happy. I absolutely agree. To use their potential, to use sensitivity in everyday activity, not to hide in a mask that, oh, I don't care. They listen to themselves, they got to know that they named. Knowing them, it gives them strength. Yes, that's true. They are criticized all the time and blamed. That's absolutely true. Yes, that's. I also agree that was a good idea, because highly sensitive children doesn't have easy childhood. Some parents in our focus group said, I was too a highly sensitive child, and my parents said, no, something is wrong with you, or you are just a fuzzy, or complaining, or this is only in your head, nothing is around. That's, you are figure out, creating problems, that's nothing objective. They need self-confidence, courage, self-esteem. That's true. In case of Natalia, the support of parents was also important. Yeah, the way when she talked about her mom, how she support her, how she facilitate her, providing, giving the opportunity to check, to do different things, and her belief in her was something very supportive. Is a gift if you know how to use it. That's true. As a child, it's a hard way. That's absolutely true. It's wrote it today that she keeps asking herself, why me? Why do I have to have high sensitive child? Yeah. highly sensitive people are not understood by a society. They think that they are weirdos. They got labeled that they are, not normal. Yes, understanding and support. Nothing special. Her father had a struggle with people that did not accept him, and he probably showed her how to deal with it. I think that modeling in this way, for example, showing as a parent, as a teacher, how to deal with different own sometimes problems and sometimes advantages, games to cherish, is crucial. Some parents ask about, will they grow up, stop to be highly sensitive children? Yes, they stop to be highly sensitive children. They're going to be highly sensitive adults. Okay, thank you very much for the first part. Now we have a 1 hour break just to do something for yourself, get some rest from the computer. So at 12:30 there is a second part, and we have one more presenter, Gosa Carmen Dolores from Romania. She will familiarize with us with some characteristic of functioning highly sensitive child, and what do we know from focus groups that were led in Poland, in Italy, in Romania, in Macedonia, in Spain, in Canary Island. When we meet again, 12:30, 1 hour break. So from now there is 1 hour break. Great. My experience it. Okay, I will try to copy all those crucial and important information, and thank you very much for them. So see you. Yes, next meeting will be on the same link. So see you in 1 hour. Good afternoon. Hello. Welcome after the break. Hope you're well. Our last presentation planned for... Hello, Carmen.
Hello. Nice.
Yes, nice to see you. Nice to see you. I will briefly introduce Carmen, then we're going to go through our last presentation planned for today. And if the time will be enough, we'll go through some questions. Carmen Gosa Dolores is integrative psychotherapist, experienced in private individual, couple, and family practice, having competence in working with children, adolescents, adults, issues related with relationships, trauma, and addiction. Carmen, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Monica, for introduction. Today we will speak about a model of support for highly sensitive children in preschool and early school age. The characteristics of the functioning of highly sensitive children from the perspective of the results of focus groups. Focus groups with parents and teachers. The structure we will talk about is external factors, tiredness, personal limits and stimuli processing, emotional frame, environment, stimuli processing, reaction to feedback, relationships, cognitive processing, rising potential of highly sensitivity. I gathered here some examples of behaviors and inherited characteristics. For external processing, if I tell him you did this wrong, he gets upset and might also cry. Some of the children can't conceive not getting a 10, a maximum note at school. They must be the best. Otherwise, some of them withdraw inside themselves, or others may cry. Sensory information processing is about that sometimes there are materials that couldn't stand, or a label that itches. The socks need to be aligned properly too. They might put a lot of emphasis on not getting dirty or wet and need change right away. Tiredness. In order to speak about this, I will ask you to think about you and think about your needs in childhood and needs now as an adult. How would you act in order them to learn to respect their own individual limits? Limits as space, disponibility, energy. And you may write the answers in the chat. Here I will put I will write the question. And I ask you to intervene if you want to. This exercise will lead you to think about them in order to help them by thinking of you and your needs. And accept, yes. You may accept their limits, yes. How would you want to, or how do you want to show your limits to the others? To talk about the things that bother them, yes. To help her to find the way to realize the need. Yes, I might show I do have limits too. It's very important. Your model. Thank you. When they are tired, nobody can please them. They search for their own spot, their own safety place, and not speak to anybody when is very tired, when they are very tired. They want to feel safe or to take a pause for processing the experience deeply. They need this in order to get to another action. They become exhausted, very help them to find a way how to give what they need. They become very fast exhausted if they don't learn to limit their experience. If they don't know how to get a break in before they lose all their energy. Otherwise, they can recharge themselves. They need to know how to do this. They take in more and profound stimuli, so they need more time to adapt after waking up. When there is a lot of noise or strong light, it tires them out. Pleasant noises calms them down. And when they are sad or happy, some of them make a lot of sound. I said a lot of sound, not noise. Noise is the way the others interpret their actions. Maybe showing them how to use energy during breaks may be a good option. Yes, indeed. Teach regulation. Thank you. Yes. Support resilience. What you said here are very important resources you have for them and for you as well. Thank you for this. Emotional frame. Even if playing or watching a cartoon, they have an emotional reaction. They understand the emotions of others. They are very attentive to details and can immediately tell something is happening with other person. They try to comfort them as if they have this responsibility. Sometimes when parents and teachers and caregivers are attentive or are supportive to them and to these personal characteristics, they might want to help others because they feel they can do and they have to do this. But sometimes they may feel there is their responsibility. They feel guilty if they don't do that as their responsibility. They prefer to talk peacefully and can easily find an activity to involve in. If a sound is too loud, they need to cover themselves. It's a way to protect their sensory channel, to protect themselves. Environment stimuli processing is about adapting to environment changes that needs more time. Most of them don't like to stay in the sun very much. They like the freedom they have in nature for letting them to be themselves. They need to do things in their rhythm. So here I will ask you another question. How do you feel when someone else wants you to work in a different rhythm than you are used to? For this question, think of you now. And also think of you as a child on 3, 4, 5 years old. When emotional kids I saw the questions and I will answer at the final. Control child. I would feel very irritated and under pressure. Stressed out, uncomfortable. I think they should always do that. No, sensible child. Yes, of course. Nervous, stressed. I would get angry, stressed. I would feel very irritated and under pressure. I won't feel comfortable in the way I could feel nervous and stressed in that way. Mhm. And the other question is, how do you feel when you decide to play with your different types of rhythm? Dancing, walking, breathing, working to something you want to be perfect, or it's interesting to you, or the rhythm of your learning process. In comfort. Mhm. Thank you. Comfortable. Mhm. Relaxed. Good. Motivated. More relaxed and not under pressure of someone. Yes. Chill. Be more interested into that. Relax. I have a sense of decision making and I feel satisfaction. I feel that I'm making something good for yourself. Mhm. You would feel yourself. Mhm. Parents must to control child what they choose to see or what they do more nervous and stressed. Playful. I think this is different kind of motivation. It's not that I have to do something, but I want. Yes, indeed. Thank you. Reaction to feedback. When receiving positive feedback, they are happy and some of them might say, I knew I can. When receiving negative feedback, they accept it if they know there was something wrong. They need to know what was there that was wrong in their action, in their project. When receiving negative feedback, they accept it only if they even accept it if they know there was something wrong, but they might lose self-confidence if they don't know why or how that there is something wrong. They feel nervous or stuck when working under pressure, as you said before. They might refuse to go further if they think they can't finish the task in time. They need to know, to have the sense of do the thing at the best way, in the best way they can do. This is a motivation for them. What do you think when you get a negative feedback to something important to you, but you don't know what is wrong with that? How do you feel? You feel confused. Badly. I'm feeling confused. Indeed. Sad. Treated unfair. Bad. Frustrated. Sad and resigned. I feel like it's a mistake in matrix. I feel bad and confused too. They feel too. My ego comes out and I get angry. I feel bad and confused, uncertain. They feel angry too when they feel or when they think you don't understand them and you don't accept their feelings or their needs. And they feel uncertain too. And how do you create you feel disappointed? How can you now create a space where you tell others about what you feel about their feedback? How can you take your part in that? How can you help yourself? What do you do now to release from this disappointing feeling or confusing feeling? How can you help yourself now as an adult? I try to not think about badly things. Okay, thank you. How can I give myself the right to tell them about it? All right. How can we help them to release themselves so that the child cannot give himself the right to not think about a badly thing, This is a way that you learn. But we talk today about children that inherited their characteristics. They didn't learn about them. They feel the way they feel as a natural feeling, characteristic. I observe the situation and I use above all compassion, thinking that we all do not see the reality in the same way, and I breath to calm me. All right. Breathing is a way we learn and unlearn. It helps me to have built the self-confidence. Okay. Maybe to create for them safety space, I need to show them that everything they feel, how to do, they act is absolutely okay. That they are okay, give them support. Yes. And to take time to observe. Great. Yes, indeed. Indeed. I try to show them the positive things they are doing and encourage them to keep doing by enhancing their self-esteem and self-confidence. Yes. As a dance therapist, I can say dance also works. It helps regulate all the emotions and calm down. Indeed. Thank you. Moving, yes, it's something they love to do. So do you. So do I. I concentrate to work on capacities, having a lot of experiences of I can. Great. Thank you. In relationships, in order to get in a new relationship, first they analyze. They want to have a lot of friends, but for them, the friends are those who can understand them and those whom they understand them. If they don't like something, they leave. If they don't like something in the space yard or in the space where they play with others, or if they don't like something to others, to other children, they can leave. They don't bother with that. Or if there is a conflict, they pay attention to details and try to avoid it if they can. And sometimes they don't intervene, but they also might intervene if they feel to protect others, the others. They sustain their point of view and also try to understand the other's point of view. They have initiative and energy for action if they have the knowledge They need that knowledge, but they don't need every time to be in the spotlight. Oh, you said it. You can use the sensory bottle. Indeed. Speaking about the way they enter in a relationship, what is important for you by the way they enter in a relationship, in new relationships? Is something that you also do to enter in a relationship, or maybe some other time, some other period of human development of yours, as a teenager or as a child? The support, the trust, to be respected and accepted. Empathy. Trusting the other person. Curious, honesty, empathy, eye contact, good communication skills, understanding, respect, good sense of humor, trust, support, empathy, how they feel, to observe the level of tension, fear, confidence, and support them. Does the person listen or respect my opinion? It is very important not to feel different or wired, and to be accepted. Indeed. Observe and then relate to others. Understandable. Acceptance being the part of the group. Person is empathic. Valuable. Thank you. Cognitive processing. They need to gather information about their areas of interest. They are curious and intuitive. If someone offends them, this easily becomes a barrier, or they get fearful. If she offends me, I will not write my homework for the class either, for her class either. They have a good sense of humor. Sometimes they get upset if they not yet succeed in creating something they want, and some of them can try again later. They may be selective in their actions, in their personal preferences, in getting in a relationship, as we saw before. They need permanent encouragement from parents. Otherwise, they might feel marginalized, and the attention of others, even if they are teachers or friends or schoolmates, might not be enough. They need their parents' encouragement first. I will ask you another question. Have you ever thought about your need of encouragement? How did you ask for that? Or how could you manage without that? You said before the acceptance and being the part of the group. Mm-hmm. You've been encouraged by looking for positive feedback and interest. Thank you, Anna. How did you manage to ask for encouragement or to live without it? This is extremely valid. I may have asked for it in the wrong ways. such as crying or yelling as a child. It would have been extremely difficult without it. Thank you. Attention from the adult. You asked for the opinion of the adult. Do you think that I am able to do it? To be able to. Thank you. To define consequences at the outset and maybe reflect on that, what has helped, and stay motivated. And I cried and then stay alone waiting for help as a child. Thank you. I feel that without encouragement, there is no room to grow in a healthy way. It would just be avoiding the bad consequence. They need encouragement indeed, and every child do. Dominica is a blink, Carmen. When they feel there is no room to grow, then they get loud, or they get angry, or they have a behavior that help them to show others there is something wrong about that situation, about their need answer. And every child needs attention in order to learn about themselves. What some people think about bad behavior is actually a way for children to make their parents be or have attention for their needs, not attention like being in the spotlight, as some adults say about that. So the children ask for their needs to be accomplished. It's like shouting, "Hello, I'm here." Yes, indeed. Rather for understanding their needs exactly. We learn from our mistakes. Sometimes we have to do something wrong in order to learn what is right. That's why you feel like out of place. That's why they need to be accepted and attention. It is especially hard to give attention to highly sensitive children. It's so delicate matter. From the perspective of other person. Yes. Well, I think it's hard to give attention when that person, when the adult can't give him, when he don't know how important it is to get attention from himself and from the others too. When the adult will know the consequences of being attention to his own needs, then for the kids will be easier. We learn from the easier. We learn from our mistakes. Something more. It is so delicate indeed. As you've seen this day long, your own needs are very alike to their needs. The difference is the way they act is pure intuitive, is inherited. And for the others, the way they act is learned from the others around themselves, from the parents, from teachers, films. It is especially hard to give attention to harsh, delicate matters. Self-discovery certainly helps, but at the child's development stage, it is impossible. It takes time and maturity to do so. Self-discovery for children is actually the matrix you talked earlier, the matrix from the adults around them. They learn from your own way of living. It is wonderful when the child realizes by himself, acts, and how he feels. My years of experience teach me that if they are capable, even if the brain is not mature or prepared, self-discovery happens through self-initiated movement, play, getting know the world through the senses. We can do a lot for the small child to help him to build the self-confidence. We can help them, yes, to build self-confidence when we are aware of these information and about how important it is. Mhm. You said it takes time and maturity to do so. And rising potential of highly sensitivity needs time. As every day for children. But some parents in focus groups said, we try as much as we can to give them that attention that they need. We need to understand their world in order them to understand ours. What do you think about this? Self-discovery happens through self-initiated movement, yes. Play, getting know the world through the senses. We can do a lot for the small child. You are completely agree with you. And it is wonderful. This self-discovery greatly reinforces in the child their self-knowledge and self-esteem as long as it is managed and positive. Mm. I think we always have to enter their world first and respect it as it is, also accept it as it is. Mm-hmm. Maria agreeing. All right. For me, it sounds beautiful as a phrase. We try as much as we can. It's great. It gives respect for the child individuality, right? And the confidence of the adult, what builds the self-confidence, self-esteem, is a key to a proper method. Everyone wants to be accepted, not only children with highly sensitive, yes, not children with highly sensitivity. Thank you. Yes, indeed. Okay. Earlier, you asked, when emotional kid is watching cartoons, should parents control what type of cartoon are they to check what emotion it gives to child? If you're asking how much the parent can control what is watching, what the kid is watching, yes, he can do this. But if you are asking about the kind of emotions that the child will feel in that type of cartoon, well, I know there are some violent cartoons, and for me, it's not important for a child or for a child to see those ones. But without those violent ones, the children can have a time with stories, good experience, where they live and they learn about those emotions from the stories. So I think they can watch those stories. And for the other question, I will answer later.
Yes, thank you very much. Sorry for disturbing. We just have 2 minutes left to the end. Thank you very much, Carmen. I would like want to add that knowledge and some quotes that Carmen showed come from the result of qualitative research that we lead in Poland, in Romania, in Macedonia, in Italy, in Spain. There were focus group interviews in 4 groups. We're gonna talk about it more detailed tomorrow. Thank you very much for your commitment that you were with us today about preparing highly sensitive child to different situations, like, for example, feeling some difficult emotion during watching some cartoons. The preparation is parallel. One, we are preparing the child for different situation, and the second one is thinking about this deep depth processing during proposing different materials for children to not overwhelm them. At the end, I would like also show you our website. It might help to answer some questions that we were not able to answer. I would like to show you Emotion website. So as you can see, there are some news, there are some information about the project, there is a project idea, which I talk briefly about this model that we implement, and also a blog articles. Here we have some information I hope that in a proper way prepared knowledge. What is high sensitivity? Is it a gift or a challenge for a parent, or both? About some psychotherapeutic approaches, about the highly sensitive brain. There was a question during the workshop about the basis from neuropsychology about the high sensitivity. So that's the place that you can find some answers. And also, at the end of our workshop, the last day, we will try to have some discussion about things that are not maybe so obvious at the end. So thank you very much for today. That was a pleasure to be here, and see you tomorrow.
Thank you too. Thank you. Goodbye.